right, we'll see how long we can maintain focus. Sure. I should put it over here. Yeah, that's probably better. Okie dokie. Oh, this isn't going to be fun. You need a whole bunch of fucking seats here. That one. let's see what kind of turret lasers we want here. I can probably sit back a little bit. Gives a bit more room on the cannons. Yeah, I like that. That's all right. I'm thinking about it. You know, we got to change things up every once in a while. Architectural designs just aren't really drawing the audiences I was hoping for. So we're in the bit with the UN Secretariats lasers. So I get to try and figure out how to draw some turret lasers on this one. How you doing today, man? I'm trying to draw. I'm keeping the clone guy here off in the corner up until he gets his like moment to shine. I gotta try and I want to. Everybody's like folding their hands. I kind of want him to do the thing where you like invert the middle fingers there, but maybe not. I don't know. It might be too stupid. I mean, might is like not even a question. It is too stupid. The question is it too stupid for Blood Force? And I don't know if that's a yes. I mean, everybody's gonna be checking out the turrets anyway, so maybe it doesn't matter too much. How'd you like the ultra mega pick with the Triple H pose there? I had this pose in my head, and I'm like, fuck, what is that pose? And I drew it from like a couple of different angles to get the hang of it, and drew it from straight on. It's like, wait a minute, I know that pose. That's Triple H on the turnbuckle. know what the yeah, yeah. No, I couldn't. It was tough finding the angle I wanted. The only one I could find was this tiny fucking shot. I was looking to blow it up, and it turned out it was a GIF, and that was the only version of that. So the picture I was kind of working off of was a little small, but so just the outline really is Triple H. Everything else is just, I don't know, throw on fucking textures and like, you know, just random shapes and whiteout, all sorts of whiteout. Which the turret lasers or the Triple H pose. we gotta spice up these UN meetings somehow, man. This sequence is going on for 6 pages. Oh yeah. Triggering that like lizard brain kind of thing. Just like this just hits the awesome buttons. I don't understand. Yeah, and I kind of lucked out that like most of the textures worked. Like it's so fucking random. I'm just like, you know, I drew it out and it's like there's too much white space. What the fuck did I don't know, just randomly do line here. I'll go grab it. And there's like all of this stuff, this extra stuff here is just like random hatching, and like I'm gonna randomly do lines over the muscles to make it seem like, you know, I don't know, damage or just weathering, which is potentially damage, but doesn't matter. And like did a little bit of light hatching over pretty much everything so that when I did the veins, it would stand out more. And the veins, I'm looking up like every fucking muscle. It's like forearm veins, bicep veins, pectoral. You know, just like going through the list one by one. And originally had the head so it was facing more towards us, and but had it like over here, and it was like too far to the right. I was like, fuck, I gotta do something. So I had to like white out the bit I'd done, and it was like, just do the fucking where Triple H has his head. But yeah, it worked out pretty good. I could see maybe selling this after this is all said and done. Can you see what I'm doing down here? Not really. Eh? Yeah, it turned out well. Yeah, I got a few people liking that. Got some comments and stuff, so that was all right. I don't know if the guy who drew it saw it. I don't think he did, but I think he's a little bit too big. But like the Faust one I did, both the writer and the artist commented on that. That was pretty great. Most of the books are fairly small. Like Faust isn't that small. Like and it's been around forever, so it does have a following. But they still kind of went out of the way, so I appreciate that. But most of them are small enough where the people in question do tend to check it out, which I'm enjoying. Yoink. How far are we going with that? My gosh. Maybe. I don't remember. Is that even? Well, is it even? That is the question. Fairly. Okay. Okay. Yep, shit. Went over it a little bit. Come on. That's not quite. Ah. Come on, fucker. And merge. Very good. Give it a bit. And over here, yeah. Need to give these turrets a bit of room here. Really just need the one to see the cannon, then you can infer the other one. And cramping. Oh, I need the lighter weight. Holding that thing down is too difficult, apparently. Around here-ish. Yeah. Now I should probably actually roll this out a little bit. Not quite. There. Oh, it's funny. I was hanging out on Uncle Jerk's stream last night, who has been super supportive, actually. And I really appreciate it. He gave me some tips for like commissions and pricing and shit yesterday, which was awesome. And I've told him before that because my Twitch handle is not, has nothing to do with Blood Force, right? It doesn't have anything to do with Blood Run either. Because it's my old Twitch handle, and I don't think I can change the name. And like I signed up, and he didn't know who I was. And then after a while, I was like, shit. Well, I can't change it now, or Uncle Jerk will know who I am, because I'm a fucking asshole that way. And then told him about the Blood Force thing, but because they're not linked, I'm pretty sure he forgot. And was on last night, and he was raving a little bit about my stuff, and I was like, "Hey, that's me." He's like, "What? Why didn't you say so?" Oh, we talked about it before. I'm not gonna give a guy shit for his lack of memory, though. That would be just a little hypocritical. just every time. Just like, no, this one's Mitch too. And then like do it on different devices with different different profiles. It's like, hey, Mitch, how you doing? I'm pretty good, Mitch. We've discussed this so many times. Nah, can't make a guy feel bad for that shit, though. It is warm today. What the fuck? Maybe it's because I have the heat on too high in my house. That could do it. I'm gonna turn my heat down. Hang on a second. This thing's just too high. So I'm hearing clicking. I was thinking, like, do I want to do like a bit of a worm's eye view shot with this? But I don't think I do. There's not enough text to back it up. And this isn't quite working out. I'm not sure what's going on. Could do that thing there, like we all know I'm fond of the grasshopper legs. then you're going to want to do it a little bit more to the side then, aren't you? Every time I start talking to myself on these, I feel like fucking Steve Carell. And now I'm going to turn your red pants blue. Maybe a little bit less. No need to get all manga up in this shit. Can't do it there though. Oh, you can go. You too. Man, nobody hanging out today, huh? We're too early for them. Okay, well, let's take care of this panel anyway. This is like the easiest panel that has ever been done. Now watch me fuck it up. All right, maybe we'll go into the power metal early here. Why not? Expecting more people to show up. But let's see here. Not too loud. We'll see if any of these content claim. It's not like I'm running out of live streams. Oh, I wanted to put up a thing. Can I put up a little header? Let's see. I don't know if I can. Yeah. I don't know how to. Okay, so I'll just type it in here. What is it called? Is it coming through fairly clear? This ain't bad. Yeah, and I mean, I know that's the case here. A lot of them, though, like the smaller ones, don't. They've set it up so like it recognizes the copyright, but they allow it to be used. We'll see, because I'm probably going to do a few today, so we'll see if that happens with any of these. But I should make this old man ripped. Just give him like massive pecs. Oh no, you should be pushing that button. That's what you should be doing. Hey, how's it going, man? Good to see you. Because I start playing the metal, that's when people show up. Let's see here. So this is, yes, it does. This is page 9 of my comic book called Blood Force. See, there we go. I should probably keep it in focus whenever I can. So this is when tensions rise at the UN Secretariat and they break out the laser turrets. Like I never watch that channel, so I always miss it. But I hear it's spectacular. That's kind of short for a. Like you can do it, but that's not really how you do that. Okay, I'm gonna figure out what exactly needs to be fixed there. Oh damn, we're going falsetto. Okay. It sounds like no, that one's no good. That's okay. That's better. It sounds a little bit like Nightmare Before Christmas. And that elbow should end around here, I think, at least. That is way too thick. Okay, I think I need to fix a few things up here. This whole bottom of the panel might end up being reworked. All right, well, thanks for stopping by, man. I appreciate it. Okay, we're just going to get rid of all of this. This is all bad. The hand is okay. Actually, I don't like this line either. I don't like any of you lines. Now it's already dry. I probably should have been expecting like 7-minute songs. I don't know why I wouldn't do that. Ugh. All right. Let's see here. Nah, I just smeared a bunch of the white out. That's great. Sounds a little better than that. Well, I mean, you can always just like that. Let's see here. Hey, man, thank you. Appreciate it. How's it going? Let's do... Not using the 03 for that. Okay, so... Ah, you fucker. Well, maybe follow the actual line that you're drawing already. That's a plan. We are drawing Blood Force. This is page 9 of issue 3 of my comic. If you're talking about this specifically, these are the laser turrets they have in the UN Secretariat, you know? So we're finally getting to see them spring into action here, or at least, you know, get on guard duty. That's about right. So we got to find ways to spice up sort of a courtroom scene. So I figure laser turrets is one way to kind of shake things up a little bit. Yeah, fuck. Yeah, I'll fix that after. Hey, how's it going, man? Not too much, just drawing some laser turrets. And eventually getting around to fixing this guy's arm, but not just yet. How's things going with you? I'll see this. Spread it out a little bit. Not that much, though. Oh yeah. The splash pages are fun. Unfortunately, I also write mine, so I can't just write splash. I mean, I could, but and I mean, there's an argument out there to do it, but at least for this comic. But nah, we got to have funny courtroom drama as well. Ah. Bit more like that. So you got a comic you're working on, or you just like drawing splash pages on a Sunday? Because that's like kind of a noble goal in itself. I think I will always kind of like this shot because of Transformers, the movie. Just realized. Between Unicron and Metroplex, stuff opening up to reveal laser cannons is always just like, yeah, that's the good stuff. Yeah. Of course, you always fuck it up by like going over the panel borders. Hey, good stuff, man. I'm going to assume that you've tried to do comics before and stopped for whatever reason, or if you did them for 10 years. I did kind of the same thing myself, and finally just decided to stick it out with this one. So you write too? Where are we? All right. So really, our just kind of drawing a splash page on a Sunday. That's cool. Some of this shit. Oh, this is getting too bright. Hang on. Shit. I was thinking I was in the clear. Like one of these days, I gotta have a day that's overcast enough where I can just open my goddamn window. Apparently not. Yeah, I can feel that. That's not too dissimilar from what I did. I wasn't doing the comics myself mostly because I didn't have an idea I liked. Well, and I mean, you know, like that I could write. So let's see here. And without knowing somebody to write regularly, like, you know, you kind of need that if you want to go on a book, obviously. Unless that's not the point of the book. Which one? I mean, like, in general, I haven't read X-Men really in, I don't even know. I mean, probably since the Executioner song in like '92 or '93, I guess. Finished that, just like, that's okay. I don't need to keep going with this. And I've never really seen a good enough reason to get back into it, to be honest. I like the old Jim Lee stuff. I like the Will stuff, Mark Silvestri, Paul Smith. You know, everything else just I've never really seen a lot. What is it? Lionel Francis, you did some for a while, right? Yeah, you did. I remember catching back up with that at some point for a minute before wandering away again because the story was boring. Oh, I had no idea. Okay, no, I hadn't heard anything about that. Is it kind of reliving old glories or of the '90s series, or is it trying to update? Holy crap! I mean, I don't know. I haven't watched a comic cartoon in I don't even know how long. Can't remember the last one I enjoyed, to be honest. I believe we should have some of this on top. Yep. That's all right. Oh, really? They kind of tend to do that, don't they? they can't seem to come up with something that'll like stick anymore. It feels like it stinks of desperation, really, is what it is. We're just like, this might work. This, I mean, like, they were doing that back in the day too, where they're like, I don't know if this X-Men thing's gonna fly. Nobody's heard of this thing. It's as big as it's ever gonna be under Jim Lee here, so it's now or never, and I guess it worked. But yeah, every time they try and come up with something, it feels just like desperate flailing. Like, maybe this will work. We've got to be a meme. We've got to have Wolverine touching the picture of Jean Grey in the first episode. This doesn't quite match up for the perspective, but I think I'm a bit too far into it to really give a shit at this point. Let's do some like hazard warning border type stuff. I think that should be appropriate. What is this? Oh, that's the 03. Okay. Yeah, it's always gonna be now. Well, Scott Summers is a boring character, at least as far as I've always seen. I'm, again, speaking as somebody who didn't read a lot of the comics, or even watch a ton of the cartoons. It's boring leader man. He's like the archetype for boring leader man. Which, I mean, I've got my own boring leader man in this series too. You kind of need him, but and yeah, it's the problem is that kids don't really give a shit about X-Men. You can't get X-Men comics at a convenience store anymore. So, like, I mean, they know about the movies, but like these guys don't look like the movies, so they're not going to give a shit. And so then you're just trying to please guys my age, right? And you'll never please them unless you get John Byrne to draw the fucking cells or Jim Lee. This feels like it's getting a little bit over to the side there. That looks better. And like, like guys our age, I assume you're probably close to my age in that, like in around the 40s age ish. Like we've got money and everything, and we'll spend it on our stupid kid shit. But like it's not a big audience, and they need to try and go big. And to do that, you need to get the kids, and you can't get the kids. So this is the classic Transformers the movie shot, where shit's on, popping out of the walls and floors and shit. So these are the turrets here. These are the cannons. And they're going to come up on these hydraulic lifts, which will also have hazard warnings on them. We're all about safety at the UN Secretariat. Really, I mean, these guys should be wearing like goggles, like protective eyewear, but the union spoke up too hard. It is the UN after all. The UN union is the worst of all unions. But yeah, like it feels like the cartoon guys are all kind of fucked since they got rid of the newsstand. You can build up to a big movie, like a one-shot kind of thing, but like you can't build up a cartoon. Not that kids will get involved in. You can, I don't know. I mean, you can do it organically, but they don't want to do that. Where you you just put out your show as if nobody's ever heard of fucking X-Men, and one episode after the other, kind of slowly build, put out your toys and everything, put out your coloring books. Like, it'll still do fine. It's just they want that big hit right away, and you can't do that because nobody knows your shit, man. All right. Always a fan of cannons shooting from the walls. So obsession fight. All right. Check that shit out. One of those things. Sure. All right, man. Thanks very much for stopping by, and have fun with your splash page. Dude, this is the problem with all that all that horse shit I've been drawing up until now. Is that it's all just like noodly panel building, and now I gotta try and flesh it out into a 3D object. It's like, fuck. Should have put more thought into this. Okay, this should be down here. Sure. so forget the grasshopper legs. Okay, well, I'm going to grab a quick smoke break. I don't know if anybody's still here. Unless you also want to hang out and chat X-Men cartoons, I'm down for that. And I will once again lie about how soon I will be back. Hmm. Oh, we're on sabotage. All right, let's stop fucking around and actually try to do it. Do I have a template? That actually matches up with that. I should, I think. This one looks like it would be the best. No, not so much. Oh, there we go. Kind of. Not as rounded as I was hoping. We'll go 02 on this because a little easier to correct. And how about we actually draw some guys on the bottom here? Yeah.
She's the mystery in arms home to me. I don't know why I took it reach to the sky. She flies strange ways. We had a in disguise. She flies strange ways. Still takes flies.
Hey, how's it going, man? Good to see you. You got a little dead, so I just put on the music. We'll see if I get copyright claimed. Oh, that could be a reason why it's a little dead, actually, if it's getting blocked in some countries, right? I'd be curious to check out the report afterwards. Everything's a learning experience. Do I have a wide enough curve for that? I don't even know. Have to be like that. Not even that. Well, that's pretty close. Sure. Oh, well, of course, it's a Hollow Mountain King. It should be there, I suppose. Mm. How will it? Do a little bit of whiteout. Nothing new. Oh, damn. Like if I was actually trying to learn how to draw, like better. Oh man, I can't think I can recommend anything. His page layouts, they're bad for storytelling, but they can be exciting. So I mean, like you can take stuff when you need to ramp up the intensity. That might be a good time to start doing some Rob layouts. You don't want to do it too much though, because he only has like 2 or 3 tricks that he uses over and over again. But like, you know, the way he does, I don't know, some splashes, and even then you got to look at like old stuff because his new stuff is so fucking lazy. I'm not saying my stuff's super special or anything. I'm just saying, you know, there's a reason I get paid what I get paid, which is nothing. I can't figure out the reason he gets paid what he gets paid, you know? But yeah, Rob strikes me as the guy who like learned how to didn't learn any foundational stuff, just copied techniques when he was a kid and built on that a little bit. But not a lot. And then once he got popular, it was like, no, why would I ever change? Why would I ever get better? Which is a somewhat defensible position, except that, like, just, you know, it's been 30 years. You know, at some point you got to get bored of drawing shit. I don't know. You'd think. Oh, there's a few. I mean, okay. From the image guys, there's all sorts of stuff you can take here. I'm going to turn this down a little bit. If you, okay, I'm just going to pause it. If you really want to do dynamic layouts, as opposed to just like, you know, kind of a quick formula dynamic layout, I would say study Whilce Portacio. Maybe don't study him for anatomy, because I'm pretty sure he makes it up in most panels. But anatomy, you want to study guys like Dale Keown. And to an extent, Mark Silvestri, I guess. Mark Silvestri's tough because he seems to come up with everything off the cuff. Like he doesn't... it feels like he doesn't use a lot of understructure. I could be wrong. I could be completely wrong on that. Outside of image, like, you know, don't study Todd, don't study Valentino, but I don't think I need to tell anybody that. Larson's good, actually, for again, not for anatomy so much, but for like keeping a comic book exciting and interesting. Aside from that, I mean, there's a bunch of guys. Richard Corbin's very interesting, the way he does textures. There's J.G. Jones. I think I took a bunch of stuff from Steve Dillon actually when I was younger, which is actually not bad because he does tend to draw everybody the same, and it's kind of stripped down, but it's still it can be interesting. I mean, that one's a matter of taste, but it's like I don't know. It feels like all the structures are right there, and it's easy to sort of see how he's coming to the solutions he's coming to. But yeah, who else? I mean, Chris Sprouse is another guy who's fairly simplistic. He's, again, stripped down style, and you can kind of see what his construction is a lot of the time. And then guys who I wanted to draw like, I mean, there's Travis Charest, there's J.G. Jones. I like Doug Monkey a lot. I'm not sure. I'm probably not pronouncing his name right. It's probably not that close to Monkey. I found it helpful to try drawing like John McCrae every once in a while to just like loosen up because my guys tend to be kind of stiff. I got a bunch from Cerebus when I was younger in terms of drawing facial expressions and backgrounds, actually, because Gerhard, who did the backgrounds for Cerebus, is fucking unreal. Also, kind of learned what I learned about comedic timing in comics from Cerebus. So I think the usual caveats for that. If it works, then give him the credit. If it didn't, then blame me for misunderstanding. But I mean, anybody you like, you can learn a bit from somewhere along the lines. Sometimes. I mean, some guys you just like, I look at them and I'm like, I don't know what you're doing at all. It's fun. Like Chris Bacalo, like he's too good at like just loosely caricaturizing. Oh, Frank Whiteley's another guy actually, where his guys, you can see his structure pretty clearly, assuming he's not going all out on the line work, which he sometimes does. But maybe some of his earlier stuff. I guess I didn't say Jim Lee in there, did I? And I'll continue to not. I don't know. Jim Lee's the kind of realization I've come to that Jim Lee did very little of the stuff. Like I think Jim Lee, it's still personal opinion, but I think Jim Lee had very little to do with the stuff I liked back in the day, and I kind of associated it with all with him. Because essentially that 4-issue run on Uncanny X-Men 274 through 278 convinced me, as a 12-year-old, or 13-year-old, that Jim Lee was the greatest artist going. But you look at it again, and it's like there's an awful lot of Will Sportasio in here. And you look at the stuff from after Image started up, and Wills was doing his own thing, and he was caught up with his sister's health problems. Jim Lee had to go it alone, and all of a sudden, Wildcats gets a little bit boring. A little bit conservative in its layouts. It's just, you just kind of realize all the crazy shit that Jim was drawing back in the day. I think that was Will's. I think there's a couple of cats going at it on my porch. I'm curious to see how it affects my future revisits of Jim Lee's stuff. Because previously, I've always been very critical of him because I expected better. Now, I'm going to have to try and keep a note of disappointment out of my voice at all times, I think. Hey, how's it going, man? Good to see you. I'm bitching about Jim Lee again. Never ends. Yeah, we can do that. I think it's just I've never had somebody do that before where I considered them the best. And then you get older and it's like, oh, you're like middle of the pack at best. With other mediums, I suppose, like movies, music, that kind of thing. But not with comics. Too much. Oh, yeah, I know. He's had such a tough life. Because, like, Rob, I always thought was shit. And, just checking it out later on just confirmed it. So I was like, yep, okay, that's fine. So and if anything, I've eased up on Rob over the years. It's like, what would you expect from him? Why would you think he could draw well? Todd has been a bit of a surprise for me because like I said in the revisit, I really only saw the end of his Spider-Man run, adjectiveless Spider-Man, and the beginning of his Spawn run, and I think he was very uninspired for both of those. I think he was very frustrated on Spider-Man. I think he just didn't give much of a shit on Spawn after very long. Eric Larson, I've actually turned around on because I, thought thought he was interesting back in the day, but didn't really strike me. Then thought like, I don't know, his stuff was too stupid when I wasn't really paying attention to it, because I have a tendency to do that. I'll prejudge, I know. And reading it again later, it's like, oh, this is like good shit. Fuck. All right. And even Sylvester is like a guy I liked, but didn't really understand the depth. Like just I don't know where his stature, that image, and what it should be. And then Jim, always thought he was like the best. And it's been a little disappointing to find out not the case. That's always fun though when you just kind of like were bleh on an artist back in the day, and you go back and recheck him out and go, oh shit, no, he's actually quite good. All right, that's nice. These are not great. I don't know, whatever these things are. Mm. Sure. Oh my. All right. That's how it's gonna be. That's how it's gonna be. This one panel is going to take me all fucking day, I think, because of these turrets. I came up with the line UN Secretariat. And it's like, yeah, that's amazing. Now I got to draw it. It's like, oh, shit. I've never been good at drawing like mech stuff. And mechs will come up later on in this arc as well. So we'll see how well that goes. Oh, secretary. Yeah. Well, it's the UN Secretariat building, which is where it's based out of. So I'm not sure if that had anything to do with the naming of the horse or vice versa. Never really occurred to me. Probably not, thinking about it. They don't have much to do with each other, and it's not exactly like it's inspiring. But yeah, no. Obviously, the UN Secretariat building is going to have UN Secretariat lasers. So we'll see how this goes. How do I put my money on fucking it up somehow? Or just not filling in enough detail. That's actually probably the most likely bet. Yeah, I like it's, you know, I mean, I don't know. It's a pretty silly book. If I come up with something that silly, and I'm kind of like, yeah, at the time, it's like, okay, well, that's going in, I guess. I guess there've been a few things that didn't. I can't really think of too many of them offhand now. Mostly dialogue shit where I'm trying to be clever, and it starts sounding like a Kevin Smith movie. All that kind of stuff is actually, if you put it on a bit of an incline, that's kind of cool. But yeah, no, I have a tendency to either write like dialogue like Kevin Smith or Tarantino, because those guys were the shit when I was a kid, right? And now it's hard to get away from that. Once you become aware of it, it's like, okay, well, it's not as bad at least, but it's still going to pop up from time to time. Careful, you're going to need to reproduce all this on the other turrets here. Actually, you know what? That's an idea. No, not you. Way too big. Just going to highlight the laserness in the middle here. Probably not necessary, really. Chip. I intended to actually put a thing in there, and then I forgot that. Nope, not you. You. There we go. There's some fun stuff going on in there. Need to do a little bit of whiteout though. Just a bit. Okay. Come back and fix that up later. Oh no. I wasn't even aware of those. Not that I've done a whole lot of looking into it. Oh fuck. I got the little heart thing in the corner here, which I assume is those things. Yeah, I think so. And it tends to obscure the bottom part of the chat for me. So I just kind of despise it a little bit. I don't even want to really look into it. It's going to be your thing now, isn't it? Yeah. Oh, that. Oh, down there. Okay. You should be clicking on the money sign is what you should be clicking on. You just missed by one there. Sure, let's do that. It's not exact still. And now it stretches lower than that. That's not bad. Oh, man. But does it give me money? That's the question. O2. I'll go with it. I'm going to keep it a little bit simplistic. I'll say that's that one done mostly, unless I come up with something specific I want to do with it. If it's just filling more space, I think it's filled enough space. Come on, stay reasonably straight without using a ruler. You can do it. Maybe not. Not too bad. I did enjoy the little thing I saw recently where it's like regular people trying to draw. And he's, where's it go? Those are in there. He's like, and then it's like artists trying to draw a circle. Yep, that's about right. I feel called out. Okay, I'm gonna take a break from this panel because this is. Oh, that seems like a bad idea. Because I'm gonna leave this one till last, and then it's gonna sit here for a week. But I mean, like I've been here for like 2.5 hours, and I've done very little so far. It feels like. So let's do some more penciling. Let's do that. Where are you? There you go. Not as much as I enjoy the close-up. Fuck, I got my photocopier sitting at the fucking post office, the new one. And I keep coming across situations where it would be useful. I can't pick it up because I don't have a fucking car. It's a tough life having to navigate around Hawkstab. Not for him, because he's completely oblivious, but everybody else has to kind of like always be on guard. Hey, how's it going, man? Thanks for stopping in. What is this, Sunday? When do you get in town? I'm looking forward to that shit. Don't forget the pockets. Don't forget many pockets. There we go. Well done. Let's see here. Just doing sight gags in the courtroom proceedings here. So we've already had. This is in the UN Secretariat building, remember? So we've got the UN Secretariat lasers. I like his calm and composed demeanor while they kind of spring up behind him here. Now we've got Hawkstaff nearly beheading a bailiff who's trying to escort him to his seat. And the thumbs up here is kind of last minute idea that I kind of like he's trying to, it's like, you got this. It's like, yeah, she's a fucking diplomat. She knows. This angle is going to be tough, though. Although, don't forget about that. The headdress thing, that actually helps to minimize quite a bit of the problem. And then you just Chesty LaRue it over here. Uh-huh. Yep. I didn't say, okay, cool. Yeah, that was a problem for me. Well, the problem for me, I think, was not realizing when I should stop distracting myself from everybody else, and then the wife getting miserable. But hey, it's not a problem anymore. No, it doesn't go all the way. Okay. I'm getting a lot of that with well, I mean, you were saying it before too, but like the guys I'm kind of doing Inktober with are like, how do you have the time to do all this shit? And I'm like, no wife, no kids, no pets, man. It's a game changer, I'll tell you that. Yeah. Yeah, this kind of thing would have been very nice to have a photocopier for. Ah, well. Oh, no, now I have to fucking reproduce the boobs. I feel like they're getting bigger with every fucking panel she shows up in. Like they are, in fact, larger than her head here. That might be a bit of a problem. I don't know if that's ever going to happen. Just because I like it a bit more with the where he's trying to win her favor and she's like, you know, she thinks of him as like a lesser being. It's like, what? Like, no, you're one of my servants. We are not partners. I don't know where this fucking horizon line is supposed to be. What matches up on these two? Chest. Okay. Pull up a little bit. I feel like I've gotten the hang of that walking from the back strut kind of thing. I noticed that back in issue 1. One of the ones actually that didn't get put up here as a video. I don't think. We're both Hawkstab and Shockblock are on the same panel walking away, and it's like, man, I got that strut down pretty good actually. try and do a rough. There we go. I mean, you might as well. Ooh, look at me using like fucking structures and shit. Hmm. That's a bit sneery. Am I fucking? I think my hair was brushing the fucking camera for a second there. Apologize for that. What little hair I have here. That mouth is going to be trouble, and if I don't sort it out, it's never going to look good. Nope. That looks okay. She looks like scared. What the fuck? That's a little better. Be careful with that nose. Don't make it too big. Ah, fucking drawing women. You see guys like Frank Cho and Adam Hughes just do it fucking effortlessly because they've drawn 1,000 women, whereas I have avoided it up until now, and I'm always uncomfortable doing it. So naturally, you know, got to make her the most just stereotypical woman that has ever been in a 90s comic book. That face looks all right, I think. Yeah, not bad. You have to be careful around stuff like this, though, because that just does make her look older. No less chin or jawline. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, they're getting bigger from panel to panel. Fuck. That's not good. Okay, so sure. Oh boy. Not too. Actually, it's not. Yep, definitely need a photocopy. We want to do like that, or do we want to just take it all the way up? Might as well just take it all the way up. It's going to be kind of a boring to look at sequence as it is. So let's do everything we can to make it kind of a bit more interesting. I like this idea that they've got theater seats in the UN Secretariat building. Like in the auditorium back at the Blood Bastion, it made more sense, but oh, that thing, yeah, thank you. Yeah, it's well, this is what do they use? I can't remember what it's called now, but oh, graphite. Where it's it's a pretty thick lead actually. And from what I understood, I thought it was supposed to be like self-sharpening. That doesn't seem to be the case. But luckily, I have an electric pencil sharpener that only snaps them like a third of the time. That's better. So careful that this guy is not bigger, that he's not bigger here than here. That's actually kind of tough. I don't mind his size, it just doesn't fit with the surroundings. So I'll have to tailor the surroundings more to him. Yeah, I think that's enough that I can at least rule off the panel borders. Assuming I can find my 08. There you go. This page is going to take me a week to finish, I think. There's not a lot of fun stuff. There's a lot of repetitive stuff. Fair amount of backgrounds. There's tech. There's just people standing around. It's like, well, you wrote it. Yeah, it was fun in my head. And the finished page should be fun too, actually, but it's just the making of it that kind of sucks. And knowing that, like, this will be a kind of glance through at the gags page, and then just on with my day for most people. There's the laser cannon. Yeah, got the one of those done. I'll come back to the other one probably on Tuesday. Maybe today. We'll see. A little bit further up. There we go. Actually, I don't really need to do that when I've got my brush pen. All right. So that's the most important part of the page done. Castlevania Nocturne. I'm not. Is that the cartoon of Castlevania? I think I watched a couple of episodes of it, and it looked cool. And then for some reason, I just kind of stopped. If that's what we're talking about, if we're talking about a game. No, I don't know a Castlevania since fucking the one for Super Nintendo. I guess I could look that up, huh? Oh, it looks like it is the show. Is it live action? It looks like it might be. Oh, no, that's cartoon stuff. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I watched like a couple of episodes of it, and I'm like, this looks pretty good. And then I didn't get back around to it. I'm not entirely sure why. And I just like TV series as in general. I just don't anymore. Trying to think of the last one I watched. I can't even think offhand. Oh, probably that. Oh, I don't even remember the name anymore. Fuck. Um, it's based off of like an MMO. And it's got that Jinx character. I think that's all I remember. And that show was quite good actually. I enjoyed that quite a bit. Okay, I think I've heard people rave about the Castlevania thing. And I mean, considering my love of Dracula, I may have to eventually. I will find a way to fit Dracula into everything I do at some point. All right. Yeah, and it's like good anime too, right? Like very well animated from what I recall, and bloody, which it should be, but like you don't always know what you're gonna get with that kind of property. That would have been better if I'd done that. No. Come on, keep it straight. I might check it out. I thought I turned off my Netflix and then recently rediscovered that no, I actually do still have it. So I've been paying for it for like 6 months and didn't know that I had it. So now kind of looking for excuses to hang on to it, I guess, or just, like really bear down and actually get rid of it this time. So yeah, no, I might check that out. What am I doing? I have to reproduce this in 2 panels. All right. All right, man. Thanks for dropping by. Oh man, I missed out on all sorts of conversation. What the fuck happened? I thought I'd only looked away for like 2 minutes. I was interested to see how the Nicolas Cage thing went. I'm pretty sure I know how it's going to go as Dracula. And I mean, like Nicholas Holt or whatever. It's not exactly a draw, but for me, but he was okay in Mad Max. That's about all I can really, say there. Let's just draw him. Get it out of the way. But yeah, a lot of the times, I mean, Nicolas Cage is just kind of a caricature of himself now. And he has to be to pay off his bills. Well, I know there was the one where, yeah, with a Renfield movie, right? And it's like, yeah, that looks okay. It might be okay. I honestly I forgot all about it, but it's weird. I used to watch so much TV and movies when I was a kid. Feels like now it feels like it's just like I couldn't think of anything better to do. Now it's all drawing this and well, drawing the other thing, and making videos and editing and all that. And like, I don't have time to fucking watch TV shows. You kidding me, man? What does a UN Secretariat building bailiff look like? Is there such a thing? Hard to say. I don't think so. I kind of half want to make him just look like a sheriff. You know, like a regular bailiff, basically. No, it doesn't look like much of anything here, but that's okay. Kind of trying to avoid hawk stab. Maybe I'll wipe that back out again. Fix that. I think so. All right, it has been a little while. I'm going to grab a smoke. I assume when I come back, the view counter will be at 100. That's how it goes. I'll leave the boobs up though, just in case anybody like, maybe the boobs will continue. The boobs will continue. I should really just keep that one piece of tape and just reuse it, but I keep throwing it out every time. All right. Oh. Okay. All right. Now, all right. Sorry for the gap in production, perhaps. Okay, this guy. You need the whiteout, sir. And let's draw some blades before I forget, because I'm going to forget. Oh, let's wait for the whiteout to dry. How about that? That lower lip feels like it's jutting out a bit too much, but I don't know. I don't want to fuck with it too much either. So maybe we'll leave it. So what's everybody reading these days? How about we go with that? Like, what's good? Or maybe more appropriate for a guy like me, what sucks these days? Because I have no knowledge of what's going on. That's not half bad. All right. Do I want to put the little indent? Yoink. No? Yeah, I'm kind of in the same place. Okay, don't blame me for that. It has been interesting with the Inktober stuff I've been doing, in that I've found out about a whole bunch of comics I didn't really know about. Some of them are actually a fair bit bigger. I just like had no idea. So like, well, like Ultra Mega for one thing, which I believe was an Image title. Come on, keep it smooth. There we go. Yeah, had to read up a little bit on that to do the drawing. And it's like, man, this comic kind of fucking rocks. It's not too anime, which I mean is important for me personally. And a ton of action, very kinetic. Hey, Mr. Ultra, how's it going? Good to have you. Thanks about the October pieces. I'm enjoying it, and it's kind of doing what I was hoping it would do, in that it's kind of raising my profile a bit. I think you were the one who suggested I do some Inktober at the beginning, so thank you for that. That's actually working out for me. And let's do that right. A little more. There we go. I think I'm probably taking them a bit more seriously than a lot of guys are. Probably than I was at the beginning too, where I was just kind of tossing shit off. Okay, yeah. I think I remember us talking about it at least. But yeah, no, once I started getting some feedback, it's like, okay, no, I got to keep this up now. That doesn't look right. What'd you do different? But yeah, it's like, seems to be kind of getting my name out there, which is kind of awesome. And actually getting some. Everybody loves Nick Cage at least a little bit, except for the people who really don't like him. I'm sure there's quite a few of those. It's always interesting to see what he's going to try anyway. where you're just like, wow, I would not have done that there. Okay. Interesting idea. A music version of Inktober. Okay. Where does the ink factor in, I guess, is the question. No, I was using the 03 on this, I think. You're around here somewhere. Here you are. Short piece of music daily for the month. Okay, cool. Yeah, I mean, there's all sorts of like challenges you can do, I guess, right? Is anybody participating in Robtober, I guess, is the real question. Where Rob used a pre-existing thing to aggrandize himself, which was very out of character for him. Ah, come on, fucker. Yeah. There's a bunch of people taking part in that shit. It still kind of blows my mind how much of a following he seems to have, even after he's been such a dick online. Saw the one post with what was it? It was about about the Captain America boobs, of course. And he recently redid them to where they're more in proportion. You know, it's still stiff as fuck, but yeah, exactly. But you know, it looks better, I suppose. And somebody's like, hey, you know, and he posted them together, and somebody who was trying to stick up for him was like, hey, it's nice to see you like have a sense of humor about this stuff, you know, and it's like that's cool. And he's like, I'm not. I'm celebrating success. You're turning it into a thing that it isn't. And I like totally fucking turned on the guy. And the guy's like, oh, I thought, okay. It's usually got like a negative connotation, so I kind of figured like, you know, that was where it was going. So I thought I'd like, you know, say you were doing a good thing. Sorry for doing that. No, we don't need to get political. I don't know how many of you guys are American, probably most, if not all, at this point. I am not. So I have no stake. So I will not be commenting. Thank you. That's it's one of those things I'm kind of constantly working on. Not drawing boobs, but the kind of semi-metallic lighting. I should probably work on drawing boobs, to be honest, because I'm still not comfortable with it. It's always kind of like, I don't know, where's the line between like parody? This looks like your boobs are sagging. I gotta get rid of that. And like, you just like drawing boobs. Does anybody care about that line other than me? Probably not too many. But yeah, you got to get some underlighting. And, you know, I think that works out okay. Where's my tiny pen for this? Which still feels too big now. Yeah, if you need to get that particular kind of bounce lighting down, I started with the picture of Zealot in Wildcats #1, the big double page spread thing, and kind of evolved off of that. So that's where I'd recommend going. Okay, I think these are dry enough now. I can throw some blades in. I keep dropping shit. Okay. you're not going to be necessary for a while. Which ones are furthest back? Okay, these ones, I guess, right? Ah, stay still. It's a bit skinnier than I wanted. Sure. Yeah, it's okay. Okay, and this one here, I'm not even sure what fucking direction these things are going here. You're gonna have to go like straight out because he's sitting down. Okay, good little boy. I think when I designed this guy, I knew how much of a pain in the ass it was going to be to draw, or at least I had an idea, but like, oh. Particularly when it's not a close-up, it's just the worst. Like even if it's a close-up, like with the blades, and that's fine because I can get some, some depth on them and like actually try and make them look cool. When they're this small, it's like, not so much. I'm gonna say Hawkstab's Blades. Cyber Dread. I mean, like Cyber Dread's. I have difficulty making Hawkstab's Blades look good when he's not fighting. Cyber Dreads. Why wasn't that his name? Cyberzerk's Dreads, like, I know what to do with them in pretty much every situation, at least. It's a pain in the ass, but you know, at least I know it'll probably look good. I don't know that with Hawkstab's Blades. Like you go back, like they kind of look different in every panel, a little bit. I'm kind of constantly evolving them to try and, okay, this still isn't looking cool. What can I do? Nope, still isn't looking cool. You know. I think his legs actually grew in size in this panel. Oh well. It's just kind of a gag panel. Oh no, he does. And I mean, I'll address that eventually. For now, part of the gag is that he can't. Like that's the gag on this particular page, really. That's the reason for the secretariats up here. Is, you know, they're like, okay, why is this man here? And he's like, oh, he's accompanying the delegate, Lady Extremis. Okay, well, we need you. You can stick around, but we're going to need you to turn in your weapons. He's like, I'm not carrying any weapons. It's like, you have swords on your arms, though. It's like, yes, those are attached. Like, really? Okay. That being the case, you sit off in the corner and don't make any sudden movements. And he will, because he's a yes man. Yeah, I know. This is the thing with having no dialogue on the page. Yeah, no, the comic is silly, and all the ideas I have are just great right up until I got to draw them. I think that's better, actually. Yeah, because I don't produce pages at an accelerated rate, You know, like if I was doing a page a day, it feels like all the kinks would have been worked out. But I'm not doing a page a day. So things like realizing maybe I need to like dial it back a little bit on the comedy bits. They take a little while to sink in. Yeah, no, and it's like, you know, you're sitting, we're sitting here, and I'm taking like, I'm on hour 4. Oh man, I haven't done a whole lot of this page. I'm on hour 4 of drawing this thing slowly, right? So, and it's like, hold on, you guys, this is so funny. This is the bit, you know, like it doesn't work, and like, you know, for this particular part of it, is it going to be a completely different experience actually reading the thing, and anybody who's watched it, like watch these streams, if they remember, because you know these things go on for a while. They're gonna know what the gag coming in. It's not gonna be a surprise thing. It's like, oh. So I got to make sure it's at least funny on its own. It doesn't require the surprise. Just the surprise is a nice touch, I guess. I can't believe it's been 4 hours. That's nuts. All right. I'll take that back. Thank you. The arm doesn't feel too bad, at least. At least so far. Maybe I'm finally actually getting used to sitting in place for long periods of time. Sure. More like that. I feel like part of the deal with these streams is like, okay, which part of the background will Mitch have no patience for this time? These little seats here definitely qualify. Thank you. I appreciate that. That's I'm doing that with brush pen. That's these Tombow Fudenosuke's. Yeah, I'm really digging them. Been using them a lot on my Inktober drawings on Instagram. And it's been and I'm getting more used to them, and it's real. I'm really starting to enjoy it. And yeah, like just trying to make sure they pop out a bit from the background here. Sure. But yeah, line weight's one of those things that it's taken me a long time to kind of figure out what I want to do there. Because when I started out, it was all being done. Why does that feel like it's no? Okay. I was doing it all with Micron Pigmas, and which is a dead line, and kind of mimicking like a brush or nib line. And then got brush pens, and it's like, oh shit, I don't have to mimic it anymore. Cool. Never really had any confidence with a brush, so the brush pen is a nice sort of in between. I'm sure you can do more with a brush if you're experienced with it, which I'm not going to be probably. No, it's not quite right. Interesting. But yeah, I never thought of myself as like a tools guy or like, a technique guy. And yeah, like just doing the comic week after week. It's like, why don't we try this though to make it look better? And some of it's actually working out, which is pretty great. Oh, they're on both of his hands. Yeah. See, I mean, you can see it here as well, probably. This thing here, that's another one. Although yeah, and then he's got them coming down here. There, he's got blades on both hands. He's completely like incapable of operating in society. So don't tell him that. Oh fuck! I think I'm too far over. That might be the problem. It doesn't matter now. You know what? If you can fix it, why not? If that's Huckstep's seat, this should be the edge of the line. Yeah, let's do that. I'll just white out around it. Means I can fix up the width of this as well. Yeah. Gonna be a fair bit of whiteout on this one. That's okay. but you want to keep the panel looking like for a comedy shot, you want to keep it flat and looking reasonably the same from panel to panel. And if you don't have a photocopier, or at least not one delivered to your house just yet, then you have to try and fake it the whole way. But yeah, Hawkstab is like the book is not meant to be 100% sincere in any way. I've learned over the years if I try doing that, no, you need to go too, actually. I don't know, I just like shut down in the middle of the story and I kind of lose interest. Sincerity is not my deal. So everything gets made fun of all the time. Like everything about everybody's look is a joke. But the execution is like the only thing that's intended to be sincere. The actual drawing. I mean, like some of the drawings are jokes in themselves. Like, just so like if it gets kind of small, the faces get a little bit cartoonier. Because I mean, you can't. It's very difficult to make those small shapes look good in an image style anyway. So I just kind of default, and you're going with more of a symbolism, really. We're not trying to capture actual expressions or details. So you're just kind of trying to give the impression of them, which brings it closer to cartooning. And I have a kind of a completely different style when it comes to cartooning. So hoping it doesn't clash too much. I mean, this kind of thing might get closer together as the book goes on. Who knows? That looks okay. But yeah, you see here, like not even remotely trying for image here. But Hawkstab's being a goof. So the face gets goofier too. Not to mention the hair. Drawing hair is something I've always had trouble with. So the solution I found with Hawkstab is to just make his hair silly. And always flying in the wind. Yeah, exactly right. Like I like subtlety, you know, but it's a little tough to execute in a small panel. So sometimes you just gotta go fuck it. How did I do it here? Kind of halfway between there and there. And I mean, you know, ultimately the book is all about just fun. So I mean, just keeping it fun all the time in as many ways as I can is always kind of a good thing, in my opinion. Now, whether it's fun for the reader is open to debate, and that's up to every reader to decide for themselves. How much horseshit are you willing to put up with from this comic? If it's a lot, then you know you have a good time. If not, then well, I appreciate you giving it a shot. Okay, without turning her boobs into pixels, please. Yeah, come on. Better. Okay, I'll need, but this will need to be. It's okay for a thick outline. It just means they're heavier. Getting there. It's tough, man. I mean, even I'm only at, and I'm like starting to talk to creators and guys because I'm hanging out on comic streams. My Instagram's at like 130, I think. I've only been doing it for like 3 months, I think, but still, like it takes so long to build up. It's such a pain in the ass. But and I mean, the channel here, like I started almost exactly a year ago, and from what I understand, the rate I'm building at is actually a little weird. Like it doesn't usually go up quite that fast, and it's it's just getting to the point now where it's really starting to pick up, and it actually is starting to pick up quite a bit. Like I got like 50 this week, I think. And I'm like, I don't know how, no, I don't know why. But, you know, the main change that I can tell is the Inktober stuff. So I assume that's what it is. I think that's part of it because it's taking part in an event. And like, I mean, I know like other people who are uploading to Inktober, if they're uploading to the same event I am, I'm liking all their shit and I'm following a good portion of them, really. So I think I have to assume that other people are doing the same thing. Like you got to strategize it, which is not something I've ever even considered doing before. But now I am, and like everything I do to do with the comic, it's like, okay, how can I expand this? How can I maximize the effect? Shit. Erase over the whiteout. That's always a good idea. Wait a minute. That line shouldn't be there anyway. But yeah, in the regarding the slow build, I know. Okay, I'll do that. Regarding the tone of the book, it's generally set pretty. It's kind of an easing in process usually, where it starts out like it could be kind of realistic. How did this one start out? Yeah, with Popo strung up. Still could be like it could be read either way. It's like, does he know that this is coming off kind of goofy? And then you switch to like a fight scene, which happened both issue 1 and issue 3. I don't remember how issue 2 started now. And again, it's like it's more subtle there, and then we just go flat out goofy. But it's at least to start the book. So far, which hasn't really been a plan. It's always been a case of kind of easing into the goofiness. Maybe just because like the fight stuff is more fun to draw. And the fight stuff, you don't have to usually get too goofy during the middle of it. And I like drawing that stuff. And it's, yeah. There's not as much need to make fun of it. Like, like I do always make sure the catchphrases are silly. That's about it. Regarding the content, yeah, I mean, like, it's starting to actually get to be like, maybe I'm putting out too much. I don't know. Like I'm not, but like it's like, okay, well, what's the focus of the channel? Is it the comic or the revisits? It's like, well, that depends. Do you want to be drawing the comic 5 hours a night every night? It's like, probably not, because like, I gotta eat. So it's like, okay, so the revisits need to be there to pull people into the channel. Just trying to get this the same as the other one. That looks better. Yeah, so like, and if you want to keep up with building the channel, it's, you got to upload something every day, which is what I'm doing. And it's working. So I got to keep doing it. Yeah, if you upload every day, You know, that's how you get people's attention. That's like the only way to get people's attention, seems like. Unless you just like wow them right out the gate. Or you happen to catch onto a meme or something, you know. But I mean, you can't count on that kind of stuff, right? So you just kind of got to keep plugging away and hope you hit on something. And if not, then, you know, just, okay, well, I'll keep building slow then. I'm trying to be careful not to do whatever's trending exactly. Because, like, yeah, people kind of might latch in for the trend, but, like, for the most part, you're just going to kind of be part of the background noise. You know, with the danger with doing different shit is that nobody might ever find it, but if they do, it becomes more memorable at least. Mm-hmm. It is. It's tough. And I mean, I started out as doing 2 videos a week. You know, one page commentary, wasn't doing live streams, and 1 revisit. And I mean, it grew, but it was pretty slow. And then I started, okay, well, what happens if I put out 3 revisits a week? And then that increased the rate. And okay, what happens if I do something every day? So I'm doing the hyper pages too, right? Which not very many people watch, but it keeps me in their feed or whatever, and it appeases the algorithm. So and all this might sound kind of cynical. That's because it is. Like, I would love to just draw my shit and, like, you know, not worry about how to grow the channel, but, like, you know, if I don't, then nobody sees it. Plus, I do still enjoy the revisits. They sort of fulfill this weird part of my brain where I've got to, you know, just got to talk about comics. It's like, no, like good comics? No. You're not listening. Let me tell you about Brigade, you know. I wonder what the Brigade ones do. I feel like they do okay for some reason. It's weird, like trying to track what does okay on my channel versus what doesn't. Because, you know, I want to try and predict for next time. And, like, Jim Lee always gets people watching. That's, you know, that's the plan, man. But, you know, it's tough to wait around sometimes. But, like, what choice do you have, right? But yeah, Jim Lee always gets people to come and watch. and so does Liefeld, and that's about all you can guarantee. Like Mark Silvestri, not really. Luis Portasio, no. Dale Keown, not really. And then like Eric Larson and Todd McFarlane, for some reason, it almost feels like it repels readers or viewers. I don't know what it is. Like nobody watches those ones. Other than you, Chris, and I appreciate that. And it's funny because I see it on, because there's a few guys who do this similar thing, and I kind of see the same thing, where McFarlane and Larson, for some reason, nobody wants to really watch anything to do with them. Maybe because of their personalities, I don't know. Which is a shame because I'm going to talk about Spawn and Spider-Man and Savage Dragon, and just know that not a lot of people are gonna watch them. Hey, thanks for stopping in, man. I appreciate it. So it's like I don't want to turn this into the Jim Lee Liefeld channel, but I got to make sure that they don't spend too much time away either. Yeah. Good stuff. And the speed videos are fun. I mean, they're just to look at. Everybody loves a good speed video. The pencils I use are, just a regular mechanical pencil with the smallest lead I can find. They are, I believe, 2H leads though. So theoretically, they won't smudge as much. I don't think they do, actually. I used to have much more of a problem with smudging, so that's something. And the other one is these graphite pencil leads. So that's these ones here, which I got off Amazon. I don't remember what they're called, but it's very thick pencil lead. And I believe that's also 2H lead. I honestly don't, you can probably tell, I don't do a lot of pencils. So it's just kind of like indicating where I should start inking. I'll do outlines, and like if I'm having trouble with an area, sometimes I'll remember to do some more detailed pencils. Not always. But, for the most part, it's, just indicating the outlines, and then I figure out the shadows when I'm inking. No, you know what? Given the angle, the blade should be under his arm here. And I've tried to do it the other way with like full pencils, and like I get too impatient. It's like, you know what? I'm also the inker. You know, it's like I'm already going to be drawing this once. Why am I drawing it twice? Plus, so much of it can be done just by like, I don't know, doing a wide line that takes extra time to like color in. Like, fuck's sake. Now there is the problem that I don't get the most detailed looking stuff sometimes now because of it, or it's not as good of a drawing as it could be. But I mean, for me, the most important thing is just that I can still enjoy doing it. And if I don't think I would if I'm doing more elaborate pencils. So just, you know, just keep winging it. Hey, how's it going, N Raven? Yeah, it's pretty much a mechanical pencil. I mean, you know, it functions the same way anyway. I think it's just called like a graphite holder. All right, it's time for the blades. It's always time for the blades. Get it to exceed the gauntlets here. All it really matters. not quite. More like that. Dude's got some quads, but like we don't need to go too nuts. There and up there. Sure. The outline around Hawk's head needs to be a little thicker, I think. That one's fine. That's all good. Okay, I think that works. That'll work. Oh, wait, how much of that's supposed to be in his costume? That part there. God damn it. Ah, well. Fix that. There's always some whiteout involved in the blades. Okay. I gotta stand up for a second because my ass is killing me. Oh, yeah. Oh. Oh. Well, I mean, there's most of a page here. I do need to do this bit here. I feel like I can at least set up the players for that. Oh. Usually it's my arm or maybe my back. It's not usually my ass. Fuck, I got a job where I sit all day. You think I'd be used to this? Okay, I am going to take a short break, and then I think I'll come back because I'm still feeling okay. And if I can get like most of this page done, I'd like to do it. But yeah, no, I need a bit of a walk around and a stretch, and a smoke wouldn't be bad either. So. Oh. There, was that so hard? Here, I'll unplug that mic. And just put on some hold music in the meantime. Where's my fucking list though? There we go. All right then. Okay, I'll be back shortly. I didn't realize the noise was almost negligible. Okay. Sorry, I'm just having my smoke. I've checked in, and as far as I can tell, it just sounds like static. I don't know if that's just me or what the deal is. I'm just going to turn that off so you have to live with the static at least. Come back. Or I'm coming back. There we go. Yeah, let's turn off my phone now. Forgot I was still on there. Ooh. Okay. Oh, okay. I'm like, wow, it's still at 6. No, it's at 3. Okay, that's all right. And John was saying, you got a feeling the blades are going to come in handy in the next few pages? No. Oh, am I on my stream somewhere? Or is that somebody talking outside my window? I think so. No, they only come in handy in the fight scenes. And one thing I'm trying to avoid is having the book be purely fight scenes, because we've seen what happens there. You get Youngblood, and it's boring. So, it's an interesting balance, because like trying to find the right amount of fight scenes. If you don't have enough fight scenes, you get Cyberforce. And like, who cares? Like, the art looks great, but like, it's not captivating. I don't know if I'm going for captivating exactly, but so yeah, we're trying for one big fight every issue at least. And if I can, sort of a secondary conflict of some kind, but also trying to have a plot that advances, and in a satisfying way. That was the other thing with Cyberforce, was it just kind of, it gave you a bunch of background information. I'm mostly talking about the oh, you know what? I should plug my mic back in. I think the sound just sucks more from the camera. Sorry about that. Yeah, one of the things Cyberforce did was it plunked down a bunch of information. There wasn't really much in the way of escalation of the plot until like issue 4. And again, this is the miniseries, but like I haven't read beyond that yet much, other than the Killer Instinct crossover, which kind of sucked. So like, you go, okay, what's a good example that I can draw from? I guess pun intended a bit there. I mean, Savage Dragon's a pretty good one. He usually has a couple of fights per issue, but he also has an overall plot he's working towards, and he's trying to, do it in a satisfying way. I don't agree with where his story goes. Like, I'm not interested really, but at least these days. But I think his method is sound. The Fantastic Four fights. Yeah, I mean, Is my phone still going? Hang on. You can just there. Okay, close out of that. There will be some of that, definitely. Not all the time. And part of the reason that works with the Fantastic Four is because it is a family kind of book. Like the book, the characters are a family, right? So, like Ben and Johnny always fighting as brothers makes sense. This is probably a bit more Avengers-y. At least in tone. Well, I mean, it's more imagey, but yeah, there will definitely be some of that because if you get a bunch of superpowered dudes in a room, there's always going to be some ego kind of conflict. That said, I do want to do a time fight at some point. So. I don't know if I'll ever get there. I think my time fight is currently scheduled for sometime around like issue 20. So we'll see if I can pull it off. There's a lot of stuff I'd like to do with Blood Force eventually. Actually, it should be lower down. But like, some how am I doing this? I think I like it better from the other side. Some evil twin action. Some time travel. I'm gonna try. I mean, like, it's I don't know, like why not? Hopefully by the time I get to them, It's a case of what would Blood Force do in this situation? How would they fuck this up? And I mean, like, I want to see if I can come up with an interesting version of each of those things, right? Uh-huh. Uh-huh. It's all part of the plan. I remember doing that when I was a kid, when like not drawing, even just like playing and playing as Ghostbusters, and then did that like, and I don't know, when I played, I had to like carry it over from session to session. I had like my one friend I'd play with every recess in like grade 4 and 5, and it had to be a continuing story. So after a little while, I wasn't imaginative enough to keep them in the to, or I don't know, I couldn't think of enough tropes, I guess, or something, to keep them in the same state. So we'd always switch it up, and like we were Ghostbusters, and then we were zombie Ghostbusters, and then Robo Zombie Ghostbusters, and etc. It's like, yeah, that's definitely gonna happen. But like the main conceit is that the Clerg are after the Maxtricians' time traveling technology. No, not time traveling, teleportation technology. But if you have teleportation, there is the possibility of time travel. If that's the way your pseudoscience goes. And what do you know? It does in this case. And you get alternate realities, like all the stuff they do on Star Trek, right? All the transporter malfunction shit. Let's do all that shit. I feel like his torso isn't long enough. And hopefully, God willing, one day I'll be able to do a Blood Force Dracula story. I have no idea what he'll look like in Blood Force. It's like, how imagey will I have to make him? Will he have shiny purple armor that's all spiky? And it's like, oh, do I have to go that way? Oh. Or will it have evolved by then? Maybe, because I mean, it's already losing some of its imaginess. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Yes. pouches full of what? Garlic repellent. I don't know. It will, like, it's the kind of thing, it's like so far off in the fucking future. Like, I'll have to have built up a level of trust with the readership, I think, where they're on board with whatever I'm doing. So it's like I think right now it's scheduled for like issue 50, you know. Which, I mean, if you're releasing a monthly book, isn't that bad. That's like 5 years. But at my current rate, that's in about 25 years. So, you know, we'll have to see if I'm able to speed up production at all. But oh yeah, it's gonna go all over the place, theoretically. Actually, yeah, well, just you don't need them. You just need to push it, bro. Just the line is fine. His retainer. I appreciate that, man. I didn't think you're still here. I didn't realize I was okay. I've put some thought into like what would my Dracula look like, but again, like the book will probably have evolved by that point. I would think. If it hadn't, I think I'd actually be a little bit disappointed. But unless I'm just enjoying this thing still, and then I probably wouldn't be. Are we okay? I think I need a tiny micron for this. That is not tiny enough. I almost want to go with my 003s. I feel like somebody should have followed up with you there, saying you and my axe or something along those lines. If we're wondering what the fuck is going on with Hawkstab here, Hawkstab is saluting, as Hawkstab often does, as Hawkstab really shouldn't. I think I need to round that out a little bit. He's looking a little bit like, I don't know. He just kind of starts like at his ribs and expands. Gotta try and mitigate that a little bit, I think. Ooh, I kind of like that. All right. It's interesting. Doing all the Inktober stuff has, in addition to finding all sorts of new books and stuff that I may want to look into later. I'm trying some of them. I'm trying to do in the styles of the guys, or like kind of a more like a cross pollination, I suppose. Between mine and theirs. So, which is actually kind of teaching me some new techniques here and there, or like things is like trying stuff out. It's like, oh, I like how that looks. I should try that on my look. So, like the Faust rib musculature, I think I'll be using that for a little while, if not semi-permanently or some variation of it. I mean, it helps that I looked it up afterwards to see. It's like, is that rib musculature real? And it's like, yeah, kind of. It's like, okay, good enough for me. Not bad for a tiny picture. I think that is okay. I will say when I get to the point where I'm doing cons and shit and like sketches, um, don't expect me to draw this in the corner or something. I don't know, unless this is just like what I do at that point. I don't know. That's certainly not how I started out with, like not following anatomy at all, and now it's like maybe a little bit. I don't know. I feel like I'm enjoying it more if I can do like an overblown version of real anatomy, and you know, like subbing in some made up muscles as well. But those are just to fill space. Hang on, I'll get my other water out. It's like the muscles that are there aren't quite distributed, interestingly enough. So we need to add some support muscles. Nope, not you. Like all these muscles are actually there on people. It's just like, you know, if they're insanely dehydrated and CG'd So their costume is on them. Yeah. It's like that's what a superhero should look like. Beg your pardon? I put my water in the freezer and now it's immediately melting and making some rude noises. Get in there. That's gonna be way too thin. Way too thin. That's not even a fucking blade. Shit. All right. Okay. It's not great, but it's in the corner of the panel. I think it's okay. And everyone's going to be distracted by Hawkstab's ridiculous physique anyway. I should do that at some point, just to have somebody ask Hawkstab if he needs a glass of water. That doesn't make any sense for a saluting hand. That's way too. He's like holding the back of his hand in front of somebody. Can't have that. God damn it, we're going to have realistic salutes in my book. Oh, what, with showing the back of the hand? That's like the reverse of how it's supposed to be done. Now I get to carve it out of the whiteout. Okay. Ugh. Man, that is some tight fucking inking for me. But yeah, no, I went to Air Cadets. Oh my god, these fucking planes. Those are two sentences that are not usually said together, by the way. uh, but no, I know the deal. The whole point is like you're showing the front of your hand to show that you're not holding any weapons. That's the deal. You know, you can. Yeah, everyone does it to the side. You can kind of like tilt it. You can. I mean, if you're in somewhere that has a very relaxed sense of discipline, you can move your wrist back and forth, but you can't go like this and show the back of your hand. That doesn't make any kind of fucking sense. Oh, he'd manage fine. He'd basically be doing chopsticks all the time, right? Just he'd get the hang of it, or he wouldn't, and hilarity would ensue. Okay, do I have? Okay, this thing's supposed to be able to do any kind of fucking curve, but like, I don't know how to use it. I want to do like a zoop kind of thing. Those blades actually turned out to be not pointing in the right direction, but I'm hoping it works okay. How do I do this? Do I can just freehand it, I guess. Oh, that worked, sure. And I have all the ink catching on the grain. That's always handy. Okay, so, but if I do it like this, doesn't catch on the grain as much. It's a thicker line, which is maybe not desirable, but we'll see how it goes. That looks way too thick to me. Last castle. Yeah, no, what I always heard was that it was like people meeting on roads and shit. That was how you showed that you didn't have a gun on you or a knife. I mean, I could have heard it completely wrong. I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, this is information I recollect from a secondhand source from like probably 35 years ago, right? Who knows? Robert Redford could be right. Just has he ever been right before? I don't know. I don't think so. Come on, you can do it. You can do it. There we go. So I think I'll be correcting this. I'm not even sure how to fix this now. Like what to do to make those lines. I think I got to use a different template of some kind. There's a question. Oh shit! I didn't even see that. Sorry, man. No, it's not all in my head. I have a Google Doc, which I do add to. I mean, I don't have issues plotted out. I have arcs plotted out, and you can kind of get a feel for how many issues would be in an arc. Theoretically, I have arcs planned out for like 100 issues. So, I mean, like I said, we'll see if I ever actually, how much of that I can actually end up doing. But like, epic storyline kind of shit in some cases. It'll be fun if I can get to it. But like, I set up this intergalactic shit, right? Probably not. I mean, like everybody loves Hawkstab, right? He's so fucking volatile. But I keep flip-flopping back and forth on whether or not Hawkstab should die at some point during the series. I think at this point I'm on no, but he gets maimed. He does have to become Pope first before he dies on Martin Unloved, right? Pope stab. There we go. But yeah, no, the first big thing will be the evil twin thing. Because like I said, transporter malfunction type stuff. You got to do like a mirror universe, right? And I'm looking forward to that because that actually does precipitate some changes in the team a bit. But again, even that is, I don't even know how far along that is. See, the romantic rival thing, I mean, that depends if I ever decide to turn this into a relationship or like something that where she responds. Like she says flirty things. But I like to think that's just a Max Tretian thing. I don't currently I don't see her ever viewing Hawkstab as an equal or as a some yeah well like you'd have to view them as at least an equal to be interested in a relationship, right? I mean, depending on the relationship, I suppose. But this is comic stuff, sci-fi comic stuff. You know what? That's not terrible for a tiny face. Yeah, I mean everybody loves like heroes versus their alternate selves kind of story, right? I mean that's shit. That's all Marvel's got going on right now is fucking multiverse shit. I have no idea how they're executing it. Poorly, from what I understand, but that's how it goes. I did consider that. I think at some that I think that's something I actually forgot about. Was oh right, okay, yeah, because I was gonna do like yeah somebody else is interested, and Hawkstab's like no way she's mine, and it's like what? She has no idea what he's talking about, and he can't even really explain what it is that he's kind of going. He's how he to explain his position. And there was the idea of her viewing um, the Blood Force guys as servants, but you know, servants in like every sense of the word, kind of thing. I'm not sure if I'll get around to revisiting that. We'll see. I had an idea for it, but then like it started taking over the book already, and it's like, nope, can't do that. So I got to figure out a way to do it if I'm going to. Yeah, no, this is a first for me going this kind of long. Usually I top out at 5 hours, but no, for some reason I'm still going at it. I mean, usually the page is done by now. There's that too, but this one has proven to be a little troublesome. That said, I think I'm going to probably wrap it up pretty soon because what time? It's like 4 o'clock, just about. Oh shit! I still got stuff I got to try to do today. I've got revisits to catch up on. One of the deals, I'm off this week, so like I'm trying to catch up on all the stuff I've fallen behind on by doing the October things. You gotta go. I really didn't want to have to use whiteout here, but I think I'm gonna have to. Because it's gonna be such a bitch to draw over the whiteout without smudging. I don't even think I can do it. I think it's just gonna get smudged. Yeah, stay put. Maybe don't put your hand on the whiteout. Okay, this needs to dry a bit more. And yeah, I need a break. 6 hours. I'm gonna count it down here. Well, not count it down, but I'm gonna wait until I actually break the 6 because that's a bit of a landmark for me. Ow! Just all over. Ow! Yeah, there might need to be some kind of TV watching or something tonight because I need to. I think I'm probably done drawing for the day. Maybe. I don't know. The hand is still holding up. Just is the rest of it working okay? I'll see after I take a bit of a rest. Bingo! 6 hours. Okay. Well, thank you guys very much for sticking around. This is, I think, the most that people have had to stick around this late. Thank you. I like how it's. I think I'm okay with how it's turning out. Some of it's a little iffy. This guy here is like, yeah. But when I get word bubbles over things, I think it'll help. And I kind of like the. I'm always a fan of a delayed visual gag. That's the Cerebus influence, I would say. But yeah, thanks again for sticking around. I appreciate it. So I'll see you guys on the next one. In the meantime, Chris, you're finally getting your wish. Shadowhawk 2 is going to be the revisits next week. I think you might be the only one watching those, but I did them, and so yeah, and then yeah. So I will see you guys next time. All right. Thanks again.